Alright, let's complete these jobs. I did these yesterday, so we've got 4 hours to do this job, so I've got 6 units of polymers and 6 units of superconductors. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Welcome back. I'm going to be cracking on this for probably today, and then we'll take a break from this for next week probably. And I'll play Red Dead or Elden Ring or Spider-Man or whatever it is that we play. And let's see, so we're going to be doing the superconductors because this seems to be the most dangerous. So let's see, so it's just one trip. Just one trip, so let's get to the surface and let's do this. So we have to be quick here. I've only got 4 hours of human time to do it, so we've got until 8, what, 8:15? 9, 10, 11. So we've got till midnight before we can do these jobs. It's going to be no problem. No problem. Wow, this is a vessel. Look at the size on this thing. It's massive. This huge vessel that we're on. Alright.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
Oh. Always like touching the mic, my thumb for some reason. It makes a loud noise. No idea why, but hey. Wait until we get some distance and then... You know what, I'm just going to do it now.
Drive charging.
Does that a comment come up then? I didn't think anyone would join so early. I'll get my device. Yeah. Alright, so there should be a yellow marker somewhere on one of these. Let's see, where are you? Yellow marker, where are you? Wow, it doesn't even tell me. So I think I've got to go into the actual system like this, and then I've got to, like, there we are, right, so I've got to manually click it. No, wrong button there. Whoa, where are you going? Okay, there we are, right? There we go. Alright, let me get my device. Read that now. I hope you're doing alright though. If anyone's joined, you're very welcome. Okay. Hey Rose. You alright? No, I'm using my data there. Like, put that Wi-Fi on there. Alright, let's you know, I've got to keep manually clicking on my Wi-Fi. Okay. Every time. Yeah. Alright, so I believe it should be there now. So we look, there we go. Right, so it's Klein Enterprises. Alright, let's see, and we'll go down. There we go. Now it's likely I'm going to get ambushed on the way because it's about... It takes light over 1,000 seconds to get there, so that's a quite a distance away. It was definitely warmer today. That jacket was too warm I wore, so... Whoa, look at these UFOs. That's exactly how they move. How are you doing today, Rose? Are you alright? I know you've been through a lot with your granddad, so take your time in typing, Rose. You can take as long as you like. If it takes you an hour to type something, it's all good. Don't you worry about it. You can just sit there and just watch. You're in the company of ghosts now. It's all good. Look at that little Jovian system here. This is pretty sweet. Look at that. One central mass, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 satellite moons, and a space station to just add in the mix, right? Whoa. Possibly rock containing methane, don't know. It's bright blue, possibly methane. Oh, look how wishy-washy that planet looks. Earth looks so beautiful, right, compared to the other planets. Yeah, you good? Alright, well that's better than normal, right? Or okay. You know, normally ladies say, oh, I'm okay. I'm doing okay. If it's just okay, like an O and a K, Oscar Kilo, that means like I'm gonna be quiet. If a lady replies with okay, AY, that means that like she's okay to like talk a little, but still like there's gonna be distance. And then if a lady says I'm good, that means that you know, still space is required. and approach with a delicate nature, I say. When a lady's good, it's on the mend, you know, on the mend. Like 2 megameters, like two I think that was 5,000. Oh, that controller vibrating! Did you hear that? I put it on the chair for a minute. Did you hear that? Whoosh! No problem, Captain Klein. It's an absolute pleasure. Maybe I can get some Calvin Klein while I'm here. Eh? No doubt. Oh, what's this on the settings here? 1 second. It's got screen's gonna go blue. Okay. Request permission to dock, please, Captain Klein.
Access granted. Cleared for landing on docking bay 1-4. Automated docking approved. You may now hand over control.
That's right. That's right. The graphics on that's phenomenal. Wow, that controller's powerful. Really powerful. I've forgotten how powerful these controllers are these days. They're not controllers anymore, they're conduits. Alright, Calvin Klein.
Contact. Commence system shutdown. Welcome to our starport, Commander.
Thank you very much, Captain Klein. Absolute pleasure to be here. I have some cargo that requires your signature, Captain. Perhaps you enjoy signing contracts without looking at them, Captain. Maybe, right? You can just take my word for it at face value, right? Yes, sir. Okay, shipyard. Oh my goodness, these sell ships. Really? You're selling ships now? Let's see what they've got for sale. Eagles, haulers, vipers, more vipers. Oh, look at this. A diamondback scout. A dolphin. I wouldn't mind the it's a passenger vessel, the dolphin. That's quite a sweet vessel actually. It's very unusual. A diamondback explorer. An ASP scout. So the Explorer is better. Look at that, 48 million for an Orca. Oh my goodness, look at the price on that vessel. Wow. Ooh. It's a combat ship. Alright, so the Anaconda is the most expensive of the vessels. Well, I can see that. I can understand that. You know what? I think I won't mind the Dolphin, but it's a passenger ship, so that would be good for if we want to do like some tourism jobs, I suppose. Well, I'm glad that we're able to like purchase more ships now. Oh, it's a public holiday. Oh, jolly good. Can't go wrong with a public holiday. Internal report delivery. Deliver data to the Euclid. Alright, no worries. Take that. Take as much money as we can, really. Okay, let's see. Encrypted data storage. Deliver 16 units of superconductors. No, thank you. That it's civil war. So 2,958 units. Wow, 6 million. Bizarre that these jobs exist. Supply 2 units of landmines. Look at all these bizarre missions now. These are all different from Starfleet. Starfleet, they were just delivering stuff. This is more dynamic. This is more deadlier. Alright, now that we've got our... I don't think there's anything I can... Let's check out outfitting though. Let's dock. It's definitely dock. Commander Ghost at the helm, sir. Require outfitting for Gorbash. There we go. We can get a more powerful power plant at 4C. Is there a 4B? Nice. We get more power? Really? Are you kidding me? How much do I have? 489,000. I could just afford that. 4B, we can get the 4B, right? That includes installation as well by the price of things. Ooh, 1.6 million. Alright, we're going to bookmark this station just in case we need to come back and buy some stuff, because they've got some real nice stuff. Even their sensors are pretty cool. So I think that's more... Yeah, that's for targeting capabilities for other ships. Alright. Right, now that we've bought a power plant, I feel like a bit more punch in our ship, so we can return to the surface. I know that there's a way to change the lights on your outfit, so I don't know where the setting is. If we customize it, have they changed it? I think it's cosmetics. So left shoulder decal. None, we don't have any decal. Eyewear. Oh, we gotta buy them. We don't even get to preview them before we buy them. That's a bit unusual. Cosmetics. Makeup. Why would a guy wear makeup? So where is the lights that you can change? You can change the lights on the outfit, right? So is that like in the customization? No, I'm digging the green. So I don't know how to put the little lights on and the little you should be able to change the neon lights, but it's not letting me do it. So it's probably got something to do with either an update that they've done or they've stopped. Yeah, no, I give up. I ain't gonna do it. No, I'm not gonna do it. Nice place. With an appropriate response. See how it's said so politely? Any acts of violence will be dealt with an appropriate response. That basically means we're going to load our laser cannons with a high fusion ammunition. We will target you and we will fire at will from every cannon that we have on this space station, and you will see what the consequences are for disobeying policy. And it looks like 1,000 years from now it's zero tolerance. It's exactly the same as what we've got today, only we're flying in ships by the looks of things. And yeah, nothing's changed. Oh, será. Whatever will be, will be. Forever for us to see. Oh, será. Hmm. Alright, Commander Ghost.
We advise commanders to reveal speed whilst
Ship released. Restrict speed until clear of the station perimeter.
Scan detected.
Hey, they don't mess around, these lot, do they? As soon as you leave that area, scan. Done. Scan that vessel. As soon as it leaves the area of leaving the docking area, get a scan on that ship.
All clear. Flight control signing off.
Roger, Captain. Thank you for the employment. Alright then, let's see. I think I gotta go full circle here. Full circle it is. Commander Ghost at the helm. Ah, that's why. 25 light years away, really? How in the Lord's name am I going to travel 25,000 light years? Or even whatever it said, 25, how am I going to travel 25 light years? Thank you very much, that's better. I don't think I could travel over 20 light years.
Frameshift drive charging.
They comment. Hey guys. Give me a moment there. Yeah. Engage. Commander Worf. Target torpedoes at that Romulan vessel. Fire on my mark, Lieutenant Worf. Yes, Captain. Whoa, we made it. Let's see. Rabbit. Hey, Commander. Welcome to Starport Ghost Render Communications. Subspace message to Commander Rabbit. We're doing well here in the void, doing what we can. Rose, hello Rabbit. Welcome in. Thank you, Rose. That's beautiful. See, Rose. That's what I'm talking about. That is Rose right there, right? And she does it without even realizing it when she's being sweet. Let's see, Rabbit. Hey, 25 light years. You could do it with a frame shift injection, or just go from system to system. Yes, I can, and we will. Maybe not today, but I was going to do something. You asked me to do some training. You wanted me to do some training, Rabbit. I think I recall I was very tired yesterday. Our designation is behind this sun. I'm going to look at the sun for a moment because it's rather nice. It's a bit cooler than our sun. So look at all that energy on the surface. Look at it. That is what is happening inside our bodies, right? At like on a nanoscopic scale. Like these explosions and stuff is the same stuff, but like for us rather than for that. So that obviously has a more, you know, conductive outburst, where we might not be as a greater outburst, but the concepts are the same. Like whenever you move and stuff, like if you're doing a dance or whatever, it's explosions going on inside yourself that you just don't even know are happening. It's really interesting. I should add that to the statement about 25 light years. Depends on the base jump range. It's alright, don't worry about it, Rabbit. It's Channel Ghost. It's all good. So what? You got things that are slightly inaccurate, doesn't matter. We're not here for precisions, Rabbit. This is just a channel where people just want to chill out. You can get questions incorrect here, Rabbit. No one minds. No one will call you out on it. The channel is pretty laid back. Oh, nice. How fast should we go here? About, so we're going 3,000 miles per second, guys. 3,000 miles a second. That's nice. Increase that to 5,000. Nah, I'm going away. We'll overheat. Not doing it. We've got loads of petrol. We've got loads of Shell petrol in this ship. Regarding the thing, that you wanted, you to try if you feel safe enough to drop out of Super Cruise, you could try it here. Yeah, man, no, it's all good. It's all good.
Fuel sync disengaged.
I'll probably play this, you know, for tonight and then I'll take a break from Elite Dangerous for maybe next week or a few days. Play something else, like maybe Spider-Man, maybe, or I don't know.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
A lot of planets. I think I've been here before. Let me deliver this cargo and I've got nothing on my ship. Commander Rabbit, and then I'll jump out of Super Cruise.
Frameshift drive charging.
Ooh, swirly wooshy wooshy. Alright, where am I going? Where are we going? Where do we travel to? Here. Over 1,000 seconds of light distance away. Let's do it. Oh, Waterworld. I think you'll appreciate this, guys. Right? I think you will. I think I'll take you to the Waterworld for now. I think we've got plenty of time for the transactions. Have a look, 4 hours. Yeah, we've got plenty of time. So let me take you to the Waterworld.
Fuel scoop disengaged.
Ooh, ripping through the sun's gravity there. Whoa, easy does it, Gorbash. Easy. Easy. Wow, like relax, Gorbash. Hey Virus, how are you doing today, Virus? Doing very well? Hope so. Alright, Kevin Costner, Waterworld. Let's go into orbit. I recommend you watch the film Waterworld. It's about 3 hours long, and it's when Kevin Costner was like a big movie star back in the day after he did like Robin Hood and The Bodyguard and whatnot. And they did this film called Waterworld, and it's basically an apocalyptic world of Earth that all the ice caps have melted, and fish are like massive, like miles long whales that are just like super massive, like they turn into like dinosaurs because the oceans are so large. The animals grow bigger, and there's a twist in the film. It's a twist, it's really good. It's like how humans are in that world, and it's really interesting. And I really suggest you watch Waterworld, and you should only watch it if you've got a lot of patience and a lot of interest in apocalyptic outcomes that of natural disasters that we can't control, and how we all adapt. You waiting for Kingdom Come Deliverance stream? Yeah? Oh, that's coming soon. Well, I have done many before. I have done many, and I stream a different version of it actually. I don't stream the version you play, Virus. I stream a version that is no longer available. And I even get, wow, look at the way this sun was then. And I play a version where it's different. It's a different game. It's a completely different game, and even people who watched it were like, this is different. And I was like, this game isn't available anymore, Ghost. They said you can't buy that anymore. I said, I know you can't. That's because I got this on release. It was a pre-order, and it's the one that's without the treasures. It's without anything. It's an original burn virus. It's the one that they stopped selling. So they brought this out and then they recalled it because it didn't work. But guess what? It does. The only thing is that after you've saved it 3 times, the game crashes. That's the problem. If you save it 3 times, the game will crash. So the idea is for me to do a playthrough of Kingdom Come without saving it, and that's difficult to do because you've got to save it all the time. And if it crashes after 3 saves, the stream ends. I can't keep the stream going while I've got games changing and restarting, so I've got to be very careful when I play that game. That's why whenever I've played a Kingdom Come Deliverance game, the streams are only 2 hours long or an hour long at most, because that's as long as I can get. But I will do it. I'll stream it anyway for you. You know, I'll see how long I can get. But it's a very interesting. I mean, it's the same game. Obviously, it's just you'll notice that there's certain items that you can get in it that aren't available, and there are obviously items that I can't use that you can, like tailor kits, for example. Virus. Tailor kits are non-existent. The random encounters you have can sometimes break the game. Like, I don't know what version they released, but I've got it, and there's not many of them available, Virus. There isn't. If you look, you'll not find many, and if you do find one, they're going for quite a lot of money. But that's my thoughts on Kingdom Come Deliverance, Virus. I'm Henry of Scarlet's. What you doing here then? What you doing here then? What are you doing here then? Oh, I asked you first, I did. What are you doing here, I'm asking you. Oh, well, I'm asking you, what are you doing here? I think that's all it is, basically, Kingdom Come Deliverance, and you just like, get these options to pick from, and it's like, I am on behalf of Sir Radzik Goblet. You know, Sir Radzik Goblet? Really? Oh, well, my guinea pigs. I must say, he's the leader of the land, he is. It's brilliant, some of the lines Henry has in that. It's class. You gotta love Kingdom Come Deliverance. It's probably one of the most advantageous projects. Alright, let's see where I'm going. Let's have a look. There it is. Super Cruise. Super Cruise. That's right. I love the game too.
Hotel Oscar. Please comply with flight regulations as you approach the station, Commander.
Roger that, Captain. Ghost out. Request permission to dock, please, Captain.
Permission authorized. Set down on landing pad 01. You are clear for automated approach, Commander.
You're a lifesaver, Captain. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. What a beautiful space station you have, Captain.
Scan detected.
No doubt.
Landing gear deployed.
What a unique vessel. Very unique vessel.
We accept
Contact. Commence system shutdown. Welcome to our starport, Commander.
and wish a safe journey to
Thank you for the warm welcome, Captain. It is an absolute pleasure to board your vessel this evening. I have some cargo that requires your signature. Greetings, Captain Theodore Jackson. It is a pleasure to have you with us, Commander. Sorry if you come across a few empty shelves. A lot of our resources have been dedicated to a planned expansion into our new system. Well, that's quite okay, Captain. I have some cargo just for you. Job completed. Compatriot Celine Wilkinson. You really are a shining example, Commander Ghost. With successes like these, we can maximize our potential during this time of economic boom. Well, that is an absolute honor, Celine. I'm a freelance courier. I'm here purely for my own self-gain. Maybe one day I'll produce loyalty for a particular colony, but for now I must go. Alright, let's see what's offering on the market. Nothing. Alright, let's go up. Let's see. Okay, so this guy's got nothing. Theodore, what you got for us? 5 million credits to deliver over 2,777 units of clothing. Well, I don't know how many people want to wear Reebok on that planet, but I don't know if I can deliver nearly 3,000 pairs of trainers. I haven't got the vessel for it, so... But I will deliver 8 units of clothing for you. So... I'll do that. No way, people are still buying artwork 1,000 years from now? Wow, that's incredible. I didn't think people would be buying Lowry across the stars. Yeah, it's like we have an auction here on Space Bay. We have an auction from the planet Crouton, and it's like some person can put a bid in like 60 light years away. Like, wow, that's basically what it is. That's what it will become, a network of internet across the entire like cluster that we're in. Incredible. Then again, it's a dictatorship, so alright, a green party. Well, we're wearing green, so... Eight units of survival equipment. Alright, well, that's going to take 2 trips. Not going to be able to do that. So... Alright, we could do this one. Right? 16 units of tritium. So we could definitely do that. So... Alright. I think we'll do this one. Alright, we'll do this one. 16 units of tritium. Okay, I'm happy with the job I've taken. So there's no more work that I can do for these people, apart from this one job. So... Oh yeah, rabbit. Yeah. You know, I'm going to see... I mean, I've only got 135,000. I I need to do a lot more work, so we check out the shipyard. Anaconda is, that's what you were talking about the other day, the anaconda. That's what I've got. This UFO here. Oh yeah, transporters. Oh yeah, an explorer ship. 6.5 million. Well, that's what we'll get.
We will be forced to respond to aggressive actions. But we survive.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that. So that's what we're going to save up for, an ASP Explorer. That's the ship we're going to get. So wow, look at that Klingon ship there, the crate. Some may pronounce it the Kryet, but I call that a crate. Wow, look at size on that thing. Wow, but that's massive as well. Interesting. Alright, let's get this sorted. Let's get this delivered and then we'll move on to the next one.
Services at this star are constantly being updated.
Detach confirmed. Restrict speed until clear of the station perimeter.
Hey Rabbit, there are memes about the handling of the Type 9. Oh yeah, it's that popular, is it? No doubt. I didn't realise it was capable of travelling 17 light years.
Speed restrictions are now lifted. Until next time, Commander.
'Twas a pleasure, Captain. Until next time.
Frameshift drive charging.
Whoa. No way could you handle that in VR. No way. Your mind would be like, whoa, what is going on? You just couldn't handle it. It's like, you'd have to have like a special like lens or something, like over your eyes. Or like squint your eyes. You'd have to like squint. You'd have to like restrict the amount of information like that your brain will like handle. You have to like squint. And it's painful to look at. Even though it's beautiful on screen for us, it's actually pretty painful for a cosmonaut to, you know, handle that type of travel consistently. Really, this pilot, this cosmonaut, should be only doing one warp jump every 24 hours, really. I mean, I suppose supercruise is alright, but those warps, I think like the game allows us to like, you know, do it as many times as we like, but I'd say that we would be restricted to one warp every 24 hours unless you were like on some kind of like high-tech vessel that was capable. But that's just my thoughts on warp law. You know, like the integrity it will have on the human condition. Like, okay, so it's 2000, so let's... Bennett. Listen to me, Bennett. Bennett. Alright. Let's chill, right? Let's chill. And how is my viewers doing today? I understand it's that time of year. Everyone's likely upgrading their homes, getting new cars. Some people are going through some massive changes with everything. But I hope everyone is okay and doing well. I decided to grow my sideburns real good. Well, I restarted them. I normally just trim them, you know, but that break I had in January, I Whoa, this is the worst autopilot ever. Like, it's the best, but also the worst. Like, it gets confused, so it's kind of like, it's advanced, but it still needs like a partial human or organic creature to just navigate it. Look at all these bases on the planet, look. Wow. It's all connected. Bennett, let off some steam, Bennett. What's it called? Raw Deal. You gotta watch Raw Deal. That's another film you should watch. One of Arnold's best. That was like his phase before he did Running Man and like Terminator 2. Like, he just did Terminator and he was like, I think he had like a break and he was doing something else, and then I think he was just enjoying Terminator, and then all of a sudden he's in Raw Deal, and then he goes from Raw Deal to The Running Man in '87. Now the Running Man has actually got all the smart technology that we use today, but this was predicted back in 1987. It was actually 1985 actually when they made it, when they started making it. And they'll remake that film like probably in the next 10, 15, 20 years, or probably after, like when Arnold Schwarzenegger like is like really old or something, they might remake it. But The Running Man is really, really good. It's basically got all the smartphones and tablets, and everything's like voice recognition and electric key cards and everything like that. And it's set in the year 2020. Is it 2028 or is it the 2033? Really, really good. Request permission to dock, please, Captain.
Docking request granted.
Shh. Shh. Oh, getting rid of all that trapped mucus, all that trapped gunk out my face that's just sitting there from that cold that my face is pushing out.
Landing gear deployed. Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Alright, let's see if we can drop off this cargo. Welcome to Bennett Station. Let's see. Maybe we can do it here. Maybe this hollow me will work with the lights. Let's see. So it looks like then you can't change the lights. Doesn't really matter. Alright, let's drop this off. Councillor Matthew Christensen, you really are a shining example, Commander Ghost. With successes like these, we can maximise our potential during this time of economic boom. No doubt. Donate encrypted mining, no thank you. Earth Defense Fleet. Federation. Take down samples, mine. I don't think I can actually do anything for these. But that would be a way for us to get a permit. And I know that I can always get help from the chat which systems to go to get a permit for Earth. I know I will get help with that. No one has actually given me any coordinates as of yet, or any direct. But I suppose that's all part of the game. You got to explore these things on your own. You got to find out where stuff is. It's like, it's easy to Google stuff, isn't it? And ask people for locations, but it's best when you discover this stuff as a pilot on your own, isn't it? It's all part of the journey. You know, if you just have locations given to you, it's not exciting, is it? It's like, I've got to find that stuff. And I can always search for it on my filters, so the answers are all there. Courier jobs. There's the Federation. Right, so I think we've actually got a superpower reputation at the moment. So, I mean, we could do these courier jobs. It's not for much money, but I mean, I suppose we could probably get more money. Yeah, let's do this. So we got like 50, it'll be like 70 grand anyway. So $400,000. Let's see what these have. Core internal parts, frame shift housing. Let's check it out. Oh yeah, a lot of people do have these parts now. So I've already got the best. Everything's just a downgrade for now. Everything's a downgrade for now with that. I know that our power plant has been upgraded. Is there a 4A? No. So we've got a more powerful reactor. That means that we can handle more light speed. Means we can travel further as well. I might check out the power distributors actually. it's a later game thing. Right. I'm thinking of getting a new power distributor, but it's going to drop my watt power. $24.85. It's funny that the power distributions take power from the frameshift drive. Everything drains from the frameshift drive. That's where the power comes from. Your power plant and your frameshift drive, and basically every other core internal part gets power from those things, right? So everything else that we get takes power off the frame shift distance it travels. That's how they've done it, and that's very clever, because like that would be the truth, because it is the most powerful. The reactor and the light traveling device is obviously the two most powerful units in the vessel, so I'd imagine everything else would just drain from those two things, or at least the energy that comes out of it will be passaged through another unit, and that's probably what they've done. So it's a case of conduction and taking the power of it, and of Event Horizon, right? Because that's what they've done by the looks of things. They've created a supernova inside the reactor, contained it, taken that supernova energy rabbit, sent the atomic explosion through the reactor down the distributor, right? Hit the radiator, right? So the radiator is probably around. The radiator is what regulates the temperature inside the reactor, right? And then the nuclear explosion will go out of the reactor, and the frameshift drive, right, as soon as the supernova energy hits the frameshift drive conductor, an Event Horizon happens around the ship for a fraction of like a nanosecond, and by the time the nanosecond has been completed, the warp has ended. So for some reason, there's somewhere between the reactor and the frameshift drive, there's an in-between energy that happens, right? And we don't know what that is. So something in between the reactor and the frameshift drive, there is an Event Horizon. There's something, there's a fusion, like a bizarreness that happens. I don't know, red matter maybe, dark matter, light matter, I don't know. Like probably dark matter is probably what's used, dark matter, to create like an artificial Event Horizon around the ship, and then for some reason give a destination with a beacon. Hey Rabbit, how did you get that the frame shift provided power? Well, every time you go on another part, so let's say for example we go on life support, right? Life support, right? You look at the bottom, the maximum jump, right? When we're on the current life support, we can travel 24 light years, 0.8, right? So if we want to upgrade it, the distance goes down. And you're probably thinking it's the weight. Either if it is the weight or the energy that the life support provides, the mass itself, energy has to be drawn from the frame shift drive, right, and put somewhere else into life support. So the life support will increase the power draw, so the power from the frame shift drive, right, as it's travelling through, it'll go from the reactor to the frame shift, and the frame shift will basically like, oh right, this thing weighs an extra 5 metric tons, so what I'll do is I'll distribute power draw of an increase of 10% to pump into the mass of the life support just before warp, or just as warp happens. So as that mass is being carried by space, the frame shift drive will distribute energy to it to handle that mass inside the vessel. Otherwise it would either lose integrity and shake around the ship until it destroys the ship internally, or the life support system will either explode, or it would rip from the ship's hull. So you need energy from the frame shift drive, because that would be the most powerful core unit in the entire vessel, apart from the reactor, which creates the nuclear supernova that will enter the frame shift drive. And the reactor has an infinite amount of the reactor will have an infinite amount of life, because it will be constantly, it'll have a sun inside it. The actual reactor you use in this game will have a sun inside it at all times. So where is it? The power plant, right? So the power plants are like a reactor bay. It says reactor bay, doesn't it? So it's a reaction. So inside these power plants is a sun, right? And the sun will always be made. So every time you warp, there's another sun inside that power plant that is born again. So everywhere you go, there is a solar body, a sun, everywhere you go, and every time you go to warp, that reactor will generate a supernova, and it will probably take matter and antimatter together to create it, like a short-lived star, like a star that will basically be born, live and die in a fraction of a nanosecond, and it will explode, and that's how we warp. Everything else probably will just be like science fiction space stuff. Hey Ghost, do you reckon you'd be a Fallout 4 fan? I am a Fallout 4 fan. I am. I've always been a Fallout fan. New Vegas, Fallout 3. Even the originals back on PC. I just never had a PC to play them. They were very difficult. They were quite boring and difficult back then. Games needed a lot of action to keep us occupied. You had to be a real chilled. You'd have to be like in your 40s, 50s then, in the 90s, right, to play Fallout 1 and 2. You'd have to be a mature adult to play those games, because it took a lot of time. You'd be sat there for like 8, 9, 10 hours in the day, like single guys probably at the time. I mean, married men won't have time to play computer games. They just don't have time. Does the fuel scoop give hydrogen to the mini sun in the power plants? Well, whatever a star needs to keep it sustained. I don't think the star is constantly there, Rabbit, but the essence that one is going to be born at any moment remains. So the reactor will always have a kind of like, it must be, the reactor must have some kind of like prompt at all times, kind of like, you know, like a racer before you set off to run your 100-meter sprint. You get into a position and you're ready until the gun, the umpire fires the gun to run. So it's as if there's a constant umpire there holding a gun to ready to run, and the reactor is constantly in a stasis where it's ready to take off like that. And then as soon as that umpire presses that trigger, a sun is born, lives and dies inside the reactor, creates a supernova in that moment, and then all that energy then is thrown from the reactor into the frame shift drive. From the frame shift drive, we'll probably have these couplers, or the frame shift will have a housing that is probably built out of like cells, and these cells will release, right, all the necessary energy particles, right, in a field. It won't be through pipes or anything. These are fields we're talking about. We're talking like quantum fields, and this power is distributed through magnetics and gravity and all sorts of stuff inside the in-between parts of a ship. It would be incredible actually to actually repair these ships. To look inside them would be a gift. So potentially energy is stored up. Yeah? Well, the explosion of the supernova is what makes you warp like super distances, right? The supercruise is slightly less energy, so it's likely either the reactor, when going into supercruise, before it creates the temporary star nova, it's a nova that is on a much more, how can I say, when it happens, it's as if it happens a lot slower. They slow it down, rabbit, when you're in supercruise. So the reactor will, when you're going into warp, the reactor will do it within a nanoscopic second. But when you're going into supercruise, it will slow down the nova inside the reactor. It will slow it down. So the energy that's coming out is a lot slower like that, because you can't change the outburst of a nova. It will always be a nova, right? It will always be the same nova. The energy's the same. So what it would like to do is slow it down like that. And as it's coming out much slower, and then when you stop, it'll take all the energy and vent it out into the radiator. It'll go into the radiator then. The radiator is what takes all the energy from the nova that you've not used and throw it back into space. It throws it back out of your exhaust, and through that exhaust it will filter out all the anomalies of a nuclear explosion coming out of your ship. So instead what you get is this trail of stardust from an explosion of a star, because that's what you're always using in the game. That's the constant. Energy is stored up. So the fuel scoop, what that will do is that the fuel scoop, when you've got no energy in your ship, that means that the fuel scoop will take energy from a star, right? And it'll take that energy that's thrown out from a star, because the solar energy that comes out from a star is what creates new stars, because it's dying stars and living stars that give off energy to create baby stars. Like the energy that the suns throw off create other solar suns. That's the purpose of it. That's what it does. It wants to create more light at all times. So a fuel scoop, what it will do is it'll take the energy from the sun that creates a star, whatever that is. Like, a scientist could tell you the exact elements it takes to make a star. It's very simple, actually. They'll put it in simple terms. It's a lot complicated, but they'll put it into simple terms. Our star is made, and all those ingredients that it takes, there's probably about 8 or 9 ingredients for it, right, Rabbit? Maybe 10 atomic ingredients, and then it will take all that from the sun and the fuel scoop, and the fuel scoop will distribute all that energy into the fuel tanks, and the fuel tanks will then feed it into the reactor, and the reactor will take that energy that creates new stars and new life in the universe, which is light and gravity, and it'll take all that and it'll create gravity. It'll create all the natural components of a mini universe inside the reactor with a single element star, and it'll either slow it down, like instead of the star exploding, right, and going into warp, what it will do is it will sustain a mini star inside your reactor, and all that energy coming out of that mini star is what's powering your supercruise. So it's like a sun is powering your light travel, and then when you come out of warp, that star will obviously have to be released. So the explosion nova will be vented out into the radiator, controlled and compressed in there, and sent out down to the exhausts. But how that's done is science fiction, because there's going to have to be... because you notice on the 3D camera, Rabbit, when you come out of Supercruise, all the energy comes out your vents. It flies out the vents in all colours. You see it when you're on a particular angle. The glow of the engine. Yeah, you know, you see it all happen, and it'll release all that energy that's not needed. But there's an unlimited amount of energy source in this universe, so people can come out of warp, go into warp, come out of Supercruise for as much as they want, because there's an unlimited amount of energy. These suns are going to live for billions of years. We've literally just got a free ride around the stars. It's incredible. Yeah, it is a nova, but you slow it down. That's right. So just before the nova happens, the reactor will slow down the reaction inside the sun. So all the energy it's going to release, it's suddenly just about to burst. So while it's doing that, you'll go into Supercruise, and it will sustain itself in that moment until you come out of Supercruise. Or, if you go into warp while in Supercruise, it will create the atomic explosion of a supernova, and it will actually use the energy rather than throwing it down the exhaust and all that stardust that comes out. So it will just you know, it's very simple, actually. But yeah, they just slow it down, and the energy, the vibration just before it explodes, and that gravity that's going off, all that energy that's happening is what makes you go into light travel. Because what happens is the sun itself, the energy it's giving off is enough to create an event horizon. It's enough to artificially create it around your ship in the universe of Elite Dangerous. That is enough to create a belt of space around your ship so you can move at the speed of light, if not faster. And it's the reason why you can travel so fast. Yeah, is because when you are as light as space, because you're just space, right? Your gravity, you become gravity. That's why you're able to travel faster than light, because your vessel is actually a ball of gravity. It's a gravitational field. And that's what an event horizon is an extremely powerful gravitational field. And that's what it will create around your ship. That's why everyone's glowing bright white. Yeah, they're all glowing bright white. Because that's what the event horizon does. It's dark, isn't it? But it's got like a bright light. Like that when you look at it. Look, it's very scary looking at it though, isn't it? But it's there. And that's what you're seeing. Because that's what people are using. It's the energy of that light from the event horizon to travel. I mean, that's what Elite Dangerous have done, Rabbit. That's not what I'm saying happens. I'm just saying that is what the genius is at Elite Dangerous, the gaming developers, Rabbit, have done. I mean, you can see the way it's designed there, the power plant. Look at it, how it's shaped. It looks like a gun, Rabbit. It looks like a gun. You can see where it houses the antimatter and matter chamber. And down the middle of the gun there in the centre where all them coils are, that's where the solar sun is born and dies, and they shoot the supernova energy down the gun. And that power plant that reactor will shoot the power down that gun, and that gun's connected to the frameshift drive. And that frameshift drive will take all that energy, and that will get it first. And then the radiator will get it second. Well, after the frameshift drive, the radiator. And then from the radiator you'll have a power distributor just at the side of that, and everything else is just there behind all those components. Like even your sensors use the energy from your reactor to read stuff. It's still taking energy from the reactor in your ship and putting it into your sensors. Because your sensors need, let's have a look how much your sensors need, look. So let's look at the sensors. Megawatts. Look at that, it needs 235% more energy from your reactor. So what it's done is, it's taken it off the frame shift drive. That's 235% extra energy for the sensors to read. So that means that even the sensors are so powerful. The sensors are so powerful that even they need power from a solar body to work. For your ship to take that information, for it to process the information and put it in English or whatever language you speak, and then for it to actually read the space in between you and that celestial body. And literally it needs that energy to do it. It still needs the power of a sun or an explosion to do it for some reason, which I think's really cool. So even your sensors take energy off your frameshift drive. Look at the claw on the fuel tank. Connected to all the other components. No doubt the reactor. No doubt. I'd say the reactor and the frameshift drive. But yeah, very interesting. I do like talking Elite Dangerous fiction, science fiction with space. I mean, it's actually a lot more complicated, and there are plenty of channels out there that can, you know, professional professors that know about this stuff, and they do explain it exceptionally well. But from a fun perspective on this channel and for entertainment, like, I love talking about it, and I'll always share my science fiction views on how these things work. I watched Star Trek with my dad for years, and it's not like I'm using Star Trek theory. It's basically just trying to work out how they're able to do it, and it's normally a sun. I don't think there's any other way to do it, and I don't see I mean, the only Star Trek that created a black hole to power an engine was Star Trek with Chris Pine, when they created an artificial black hole inside that ship so it could travel anywhere in the universe. Right? That's what they were doing. You know, light travel wasn't enough anymore. They wanted to use black holes to travel through the cosmos, and that's what they were trying to stop. What have I heard about flight assist? Well, flight assist is a artificial intelligence that's related to the beacon in the system. So what will happen is that if there's no beacon in the system, your ship will create an artificial virtual beacon at the coordinates that you've scanned. So your ship will scan a pulse out scan of the system when you go in it. And what will happen is your ship will create a virtual beacon at any celestial body that you target, and the supercruise assistants will see that the same as it does as any other beacon, any other major beacon that you've travelled to in the main network. It just creates virtual ones. Supercruise assist. The reason why it's a super AI intelligence is the fact that it's able to compute commands at light speed, if not faster. I mean, this thing can actually navigate a vessel travelling at the speed of light, if not faster. And it's likely that it's magnetism and virtual computer quantum computing. So I believe that there'll be a quantum military super duper computer inside the ship, and this virtual computer inside this super crazy powerful computer that makes the standard computer even more powerful as a virtual quantum computer, and it will basically create the system inside this computer that's a quantum computer, and it will guide your ship inside that quantum computer itself, so it doesn't have to look outside the vessel. The system and the ship and the destination is already in the quantum computer location, and you've already scanned the system, so the AI doesn't have to look outside at light travel. In fact, the AI wouldn't even know that you're travelling at the speed of light. All the AI would know is that it needs to steer, needs to lift, it needs to swivel, or it needs to stop. You know, that's all it knows. The computer will never know, Rabbit, that you're travelling at the speed of light, or that you're warping. All it will know is that you were suddenly there, and then you are now here. And that as long as it can still accept commands, and it has a purpose, it doesn't question it. So it's perfect for the job. Sun equals nuclear fusion reactor. Yeah? Well, that's what a sun is, a nuclear fusion reactor. Whatever the reactor is in your ship, it's an artificial manufactured housing for a sun that we fly to. It's like when Dr. Octopus in Spider-Man 2 created that sun inside that chamber. Instead of it being inside that chamber, it's happening inside the reactor. And when it swells and explodes, the reactor's able to make it collapse on itself. But enough so it's not... It can't actually grow big enough to create the black holes. It can only... It's on a nanoscopic scale. So the sun or the stellar body will always explode. It won't be where it won't explode. It will always explode. It always will. And it'll either be vented out or it'll be used every time, or it'll be slowed down or speeded up, or again vented out. The explosion will always happen. It just takes the energy from your fuel tanks and creates another stellar body every time. So basically, what your ship is in Elite Dangerous is a birth giver of stars. You're actually creating stars as you're flying. Isn't that incredible? Black holes give off Hawking radiation. I'd say it's more than radiation it's giving off. I wouldn't say it's radiation, that's actually time and space. They're just calling it that. It's actually giving off time and space. That's what it's giving off. The actual time of the space that's in it. It's actually able to take time and space and put it in with other time and space. So there's different times and different spaces all mixed together. Pure chaos. So they've just called it radiation. Because there's no other word for time and space mixed together. Because it's just reality, isn't it? And a black hole doesn't create another reality. It twists time and space together in a corkscrew like a plait. Your brain wouldn't even be able to see it. A computer wouldn't even be able to do it, Rabbit. A computer would fail at it. It wouldn't be able to see the reaction going on it. The computer would crash. The universe wouldn't allow a digital computer to read that information, or even provide it to another organic life form in the universe, or a battery-celled creature. Universe wouldn't allow it. It will shut off the lights, Rabbit. Shut off the lights. The universe is basically the DNA of existence. DNA. We are in a DNA strand. Our galaxy. Our planet. Everything. We are in the DNA of the life form of existence. So existence itself is a life form, and we are the DNA within it. Sir, I would like to show you what flight assist is. It's the thing I was trying to get you to do earlier. Flight assist? I don't mind flight assist. Do you mean with the super cruise? Any work? Has you got any more? 2 units of liquor. Suppose we can do that for the Federation as well. Two units of booze. I think that's illegal, but you know what? We'll do it. There is a flight assist for normal, not super cruise flight. Oh yeah. I've used it on the space stations. Alright, let's do our jobs for the Federation. So we'll start with internal report delivery. So we'll do that first. I'm going to Star Trek it there. So, oh, that's some distance. Look at that. Ooh, 2 jumps we're doing, guys. 2 jumps. So let's go to the surface. That basically means with autopilot on Impulse Rabbit that it creates a 3-dimensional, like, there'll be a massive orb radius around the ship. It will create like a pulse orb, like a gravitational. It will stretch and it won't deteriorate. It'll be like a Wi-Fi field, like a super massive Wi-Fi, like a router inside your ship, right? It's like a Wi-Fi. What would you call them in America? Routers? We call them routers here, or hubs. And you'll have one inside your ship, and it will pulse out a Earth-shaped virtual network that there is already computer programming and pathways built within the system from the beacons itself. And if the beacons aren't there, then your ship will create a virtual one, and you'll scan the system before you enter it properly. So you're already, autopilot will work on Impulse and it will work on Super Cruise regardless, because the systems in the ship are built for those situations. Not auto dock and auto launch. No, it's like an assist. It's like an assist. It's like basically it could assist you in combat, it could assist you in exploration, like orbit for example. Going into orbit or on Impulse, it would be as well maneuvering large vessel bodies like asteroids, meteors, you know, warning, approach imminent. It'll read where it is, dodge, like a Tesla does in a car when traffic's coming. It will stop like that, and the car will go and it'll start again on auto drive. So it's like it's already scanned and probed and built a pathway of networks as you're moving at the speed of light, or if not faster, because the system's already been scanned before you warp to it. As you were warping to it, before we came out of warp, we'd already scanned it. When you're there in the distance and the star's there in the distance, you're just outside the solar system there. You're outside it and you've scanned it. Like that. And then when you've been sucked into that star, as you've sucked into that star distance there, all the information you just read from that distance, you've grabbed it on your way there. You've grabbed it all as you've come out of warp on your way there. So all that information you've just scanned, you've just took it with you as you've arrived. So it's built like a net around the system, and this net has gone all the way through the system, right round and come back to you. It's incredible how it's been done, actually, from a science fiction perspective. Yes, routers. We don't pronounce it routers in the States. You pronounce it routers. I'm sure you do. Okay, so when you're far away from planets and other ships and starports, yeah, well, if you're far away, if you're talking about like autopilot, when you're in Impulse, it doesn't need to read the planets. It doesn't need to, so the computer will know when you're in Impulse that those distances are unnecessary power to be used. So it will create a distance, another Wi-Fi field, that's appropriate for impulse speed, so you'll only be travelling at 300 meters a second, so it'll probably send out a Wi-Fi field that matches the distance that you can travel at the speed of your ship on impulse and the speed of the comprehension of the artificial intelligence. But remember, it's all done in the quantum computer through the Wi-Fi field. So the Wi-Fi field is basically a way for the virtual computer to guide your vessel within that field. So it just gives the virtual computer more scope and more control while you're at the helm. A very interesting system. So circling R1 to turn it back on. Oh yeah. Like an automated AI flight. Well, we've been doing autopilot since the early 80s, haven't they? When autopilot was made. It's just, it doesn't maneuver for you. Autopilot will just keep you at that altitude. And then the guidance systems inside the aeroplane will warn the pilot as if there's any other air vessels close, or if there's a storm. They'll get that from satellite. But in a ship, you need all that stuff built into your ship. And it's all pre-built. Got all these planets, nowhere. Well, the moons actually. You can see like 3 stars stuck together there, those planets, they're all aligned with moons. You can see them in between there. It's pretty cool. See if she's got any more work. There's another courier job we can do for her. Yeah, I suppose so. We get a lot of reputation for that. I'll accept that. I think I have a trajectory, don't I?
Ship released. Engines engaged.
No, but I do love how science fiction just fills in those gaps. It's basically theory. It's like theory. It's a theory with crayons. That's what it is. Instead of a theory with numbers, which normally theories are, they're just numbers, right? What science fiction does is that it takes those numbers and it puts them with crayons and pastels and paints, and it makes those pastels, paints and pencils move and animate. And what it does is that it ignites your imagination, and that is what the universe did for us. It gave us that chance to imagine how these things work, and I like doing that. Wouldn't mind a drink though. Gonna go get a drink in a minute. Get a nice drink of coffee or something. That'd be cool.
Frameshift drive charging.
That's why you hear the explosion there, Rabbit, because that's the supernova. Oh, where are you? There you are.
Frameshift drive charging.
Wrong button. I think I've already scanned it. Yeah, I already have. Alright. I think that's it. The very bottom. Wow.
Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, scanning. Triangle and R1. I'll get used to the controls. I know I'll be able to. I'm just trying to get used to the wow, look at this wow. Oh yeah, thank you, I understand. Yeah, you can't go fast, can't read it. See, that's what I mean. So even the scanners can't read information when you're travelling faster than 30 kilometers per second. If you're travelling more than 30 kilometers a second, the scanner loses comprehension. It can't deliver the information back. It's going too quick. You're going too quick. So even scanners 1,000 years from now can't read stuff at 30 kilometers a second, which probably makes sense because 30 kilometers a second is pretty fast. I mean, I like to see how much I could absorb in 30 kilometers a second. I like to see what I see fly by me, because your brain wouldn't be able to do it. You'd go unconscious. Your brain wouldn't allow you to do it. To protect you, you would probably pass out. You'd have to be wearing some kind of special helmet with a visor on that's able to, or even the actual shield itself in the vessel you're in, the actual shield you're in, the windscreen. It would have to be some kind of virtual lens that will be able to absorb what's going on outside and give you some kind of like honest human picture of how to navigate that whatever the universe is made outside. Your cockpit window will create some kind of essence of what's really out there. It's a virtual image. That's what you're seeing all the time on that and through that. It's a virtual image. None of this really from this cockpit is on your screen what is actually outside. That's why probably you can't go outside of your ship, because if you did, you wouldn't be able to see it the way it's made. Your brain's not built for it. Your brain's only built to look at things on planet Earth. Even astronauts this day say that when they're in space, their brain, they can feel the brain being while being in space, that you start seeing particles, right? Your brain, because you've been in space that long, your brain starts to pick up particles, because in outer space you're not in a protected gravitational environment. You're in space, you're in a vacuum, so your brain knows you're in an artificial environment, and outside of that environment, Rabbit, your brain knows that is outer space. Like, even though you know you've gone out of space, your brain, the organ itself, the brain matter itself, knows you're out of space, right? Like, it's not just you as a person, your consciousness is telling you you're out of space. And you are out of space, but by the time your brain realises you are out of space, you start seeing gravity. Rabbit, you start seeing it. Like, every cosmonaut has said it. That's why they've got to come back before like 2 months or something. They can't stay up there, because the brain, once the brain starts to know they're in outer space, it starts to see things that is happening out of space. Yeah, well, that's what space is full of, is radiation. I mean, that's what emits the light we see. The colours, all the different colours, is different frequencies of radiation, right? So, if there are radiations out there in the cosmos that travel through a hole, right, and enter an organ, because think about it, those particles, right, they have never ever encountered an organic life form. As soon as they catch wind that there are organic life forms in their realm, they're gonna want to go there like we want to go to the moon. They're gonna make every effort to get to that organic being. And once they enter the eyeball, that's their job fulfilled. Like, they've done what they're built to do. They've done what they are particularly made to do, is to find something like that and to travel to it and to go through it, because that's what it wants to do. It wants to go through that thing because it never sees it. Those particles are constantly in the vacuum of space. They have travelled possibly from other stars or even our own star millions of years ago. That particle might have been spinning around the cosmos, just aimlessly round a gravitational like belt, and it's just been just constantly spinning round, and then all of a sudden it's seen a life form and gone, right, I'll go right there, right through that, and it goes right through the brain. And normally, and it's been live on telly when it's happened, right, and it's awful to say, a lot of these cosmonauts, when they come back, they get unwell, and stuff happens to them, and they can never go again, right? Like, sometimes their body reacts coming back to gravity. Like, you've got to come back, they've got to be in a gravity chamber. If you take them out that chamber, their being is gonna, it's gonna be too much. The forces are gonna be too much for what it's had to handle, the brain and everything. So you've got to time it just right. So if they've been in outer space for 2 months, they've got to be in that chamber for 2 months. They can't be in that chamber for 2 days and go home. Like in Armageddon, the film, when they come down from that spaceship in Armageddon, they're running out that rocket, they'd have to be contained. They've been on an asteroid in outer space that has been erupting all sorts of Lord knows what. It was a solid block of ice that was housing, could have been bacteria, could have been space slime, could have been anything that's on that meteor. They were on there, they were walking on it. If them astronauts, them drillers from Armageddon came back off that ship, they would literally wouldn't be able probably to leave the ship. Like, they probably wouldn't even be able to leave NASA ever again. Like, they would be housed in a controlled area, where they would be constantly observed and analysed and psychologically questioned for at least a year. And after countless health checks and countless blood tests and countless scans and x-rays and tests and essays and scientists and infrared information, whatever they need to know with that as well, like they would go through everything, even for them to just consider you to get a drink of coffee. They wouldn't even want you breathing the air when you got out. They want you contained in a hub, transported while in the rocket. They'll go down, they'll attach a unit, each cosmonaut will go in one by one, take it, so the gravity is set and frequencied at the same as the landing pod, and they'll do all that, and it'll take ages, and they'll be very slow, because now they can't move too quick, because they've been on a steady rotation around the Earth. So now when they're navigating this ship, they've got to spin and move at the same as what these cosmonauts have been doing for the past 2 months, and then they'll have to navigate that vessel at the same kind of like they'll have to equal the spin and the rotation up in space down with Earth's gravity, and they'll know how to do that. They'll know how to do it. They'll have pilots who can do that. Special pilots, the very best in the world, like submarine pilots we're talking here. We're talking underwater pilots that pick up these cosmonauts, and they will spend months bringing them back. If it takes weeks moving that chamber to wherever NASA wants them to go, whatever's been set up for them, if that takes weeks to do when they've landed, that'll take weeks. You know, it's a serious deal. That's why in those films like Armageddon and all that, these people are getting out the space shuttle straight away. They wouldn't be able to do it. Ben Affleck he'd have been running out the ship like that, been running to that chick who's gorgeous, that Earl Smith's daughter. He'd be running to her and he'd be like, oh, he'll probably like pass out and have a seizure. He'd be like, oh, he'd be like passing out there. She'd be like running over saying what's wrong, and he'd be like seizuring on the floor because like the wind and the humidity and the gravity, it will just all hit him in the face. By the time his blood pressure's realised where he is and that he's on Earth, his body will just shut down. Me, yeah? Oh, it'll take about, to get to that sun, that'll take about, at 30 kilometers a second, that'll probably take about 6 weeks. Take about 6 weeks to get there. That's a lot further away than what it looks there, Rabbit. Because remember, this cockpit we're in, this is a virtual reading. It's not an actual what's going on outside, isn't it? This is just, it's coming through the screen and the computer is giving us an image. It's just super high definition. The pilot is looking at a virtual reading. It's not the actual thing that's outside there, Rabbit. That is a virtual picture. It's just a very good one. It's a very realistic one. But yeah, no, but I was answering your questions. That's what I do as a YouTuber. I answer questions, Rabbit. I just don't ignore you guys. Whether there's 1 viewer, 10 viewers, 50 watching my videos, they get read out. My comments get read out. It's the least I can do. That's my purpose as a YouTuber. That's my destiny. No, is that a Goldilocks world? Yeah? Let's take you guys here, because if people watch it later, you got a quarantine coming from space, yeah, for months. I felt you getting into it, but was worried you might be on your way into a planet or something. It would have brought me out of warp. When you come out of warp though in an emergency, it does a lot of damage to your ship internally. And the reason why your ship is damaged is because all the core components have moved around. That's why there's damage. When you've come to an immediate stop, it doesn't mean the damage to the ship because you've stopped. The reason why your ship is damaged is because everything inside that ship has moved by a fraction of a nanometer. and that all of that ship's atoms moving, like, and coming back to its original state. So it's like it moved from a nanometer and went back again, rabbit. And when it went back again, it didn't go back as the way it was originally when it moved. So then you got to go back to like a 3D laser that will replicate. Wow. Do you think there's anyone on there? There is? No, where there's lights. There's actual people on there. Look at that, there's a civilization on there. There are people down there looking up at our ship like, Mum, there's a ship. It's like, yeah, it is a ship pointing up at me in my ship, and they're seeing me. And this kid will say, I'm gonna be a pilot one day in the Federation. And I'd be like, yeah. All because we flew over and said, hey, how y'all doing? Pretty cool though, right? Very cool. It's a long night time though, jeez. How long is night time here? Like? Oh, is this the sun coming on the horizon? Look. Look at that. I've got to take off auto thing to look at the planet. Wow, where are you? There you are. Oh, there's your Wi-Fi network. There you go. That's what I was talking about, the little grids. That's how all this stuff works, all little networks. That's pretty cool. Alright. Wow. Maybe some other day, right? Maybe. Yeah, let me scan that close, yeah. I can actually hear the sun. It's actually giving off a noise. So that's how you do it. I can scan planets from light seconds away. Is that a hurricane? Nice graphics how they made the planet though. I don't think that's a procedural generated planet. I think that was being handcrafted. I don't think the clouds are actually moving though. I don't think there's a weather system on that planet. I wonder if we're able to see it though. Wait, if I slow down. God, it won't even let me slow down. No way, that's communications from the hub. I know it won't let me do it though. Yeah, it won't let me do it. There we are. Too high. Put it low. That's gibberish. That's just pure gibberish. I'm like, eh? Come again? Please, please. What's that? You want eggs? Sunny side up? Really? No worries. I spent $1 trillion to find out you wanted your eggs easy sunny side up. No worries. I just spent $1 trillion on that scan then, Rabbit. $1 trillion. I don't think I can scan that far. I'm very glad I have a small viewership who like Elite Dangerous though, because I've always loved Elite Dangerous. Always. This is some distance. You've heard of some people. Oh yeah, these long super cruises doing a batch of laundry. Yeah, well, it's gonna take me about 750,000 light seconds, 250 times. 12 minutes. 12 minutes. At 240 odd C, about 12 minutes. Probably get there in about maybe 8, I'd say. Oh, we're picking up some speed here. Picking up some major speed. Oh, we're 7 likes. Nice. I think you get 7 likes there. Nah, it's well loved Elite Dangerous, isn't it? There is a fan base on PlayStation for it, no doubt. Looks like it's more of an Xbox and PC type game. I think PlayStation's a very small fan base. I think I got like messages on YouTube about being a new player, and they all made me manually fly out the space station. There was about 4 players in this hub that were watching me stream, and they went in this space station and deliberately obstructed my auto pilot thing out the space station, and they made me fly out manually because I was a greenhorn, you know, wet behind the ears. And I did it. I actually did it. I was like, and even the people who were watching me like said I'd crash. I was like, I'm not going to crash. I was like, watch me, I'll do it. Everyone thought I'd crash. So no, I didn't. Ghost did it without crashing. Five minutes. Been travelling far. I said between 8 and 12 because we're increasing speed, so I couldn't give a precise measure of time. But it's 12 to 8 minutes. I've been doing it for 5. Six minutes. Seven minutes. I was going to get a drink once and maybe. The thing is, I was worried in case we got caught in a vector. It's happened before on YouTube. I've seen it happen before to people who've done these long journeys, like get taken out of warp. It's 8 minutes. Nine minutes. Might take long, you know, might take about 15. $10. $11. We start to slow down. So okay, then I wasn't far off with the slowing down, right? Wasn't far off when we started to reach the gravitational field. So I suppose we're in the neighbourhood, alright? Within 12 minutes. That's 12 minutes now. What's 11? Yeah. $11. That's 12 minutes. So I guess what was 3 minutes off as a prediction? Not too bad. I suppose not too bad, right? Although I didn't expect it to slow down this far out. But I guess it has to. I guess you can't be entering like at 60,000 light seconds at 735 times the speed of light. Probably blow a moon up or something. Go through a moon. "13 minutes. Really? I don't know how I could have provided you with an idea that you believe is negative. Well, that would be your own perception, Rabbit. And rabbits operate on their own perception, no doubt. Oh yeah, putting a lot of pressure on your ship. It's just not the correct way to pilot though, is it? Like, that's just like a rogue shortcut version of cutting a corner to get places quicker without following the protocol. You know, it's like they call them rogue pilots, don't they? Rogues. They're not bad people. They're not nasty people. They just do things in the ship that are prohibited by Federation law. You know, they break the rules. Captain Kirk was known for it. He was a rogue pilot. Captain Kirk. He was always pulling off little stunts to modify his ship to, you know, do certain maneuvers that are capped. You know, he liked to be able to push the thruster a bit more. And then he'd say, yeah, but I did it. And they were like, you can't do that. He's like, yeah, but I did it. I did it. And it worked. And no one got hurt. Neither did he. And neither did you. And everyone's okay. And he said, yeah, but you could have put everyone at risk doing that. You've put everyone at risk. Yeah, it might have worked off, but what if it didn't? What could have happened? You know, but he didn't think of that. Therefore, rogue pilot. Rogue pilot. Like, Spock basically understood why he was like that, though. Spock knew that you got to take risks. Spock didn't like taking risks. Kirk did. That's why Kirk and Spock did very well. Because Spock didn't want Kirk to take risks. But risks is what made Kirk Captain Kirk. You know? Oh yeah, is this a channel? Oh yeah, 6 to 7 million credits. Nice, man. That's a lot of dough. It's a lot of dough. Oh yeah. Emergency drops. I will look up the YouTubers. I will. Obsidian Ant is normally the one to watch. Welcome to Elite Dangerous. I'm Obsidian Ant. And today we're going to be talking more about Elite Dangerous. It's like, I love that guy. You know, he's like, he's been doing it for years. Like, his voice is so southern. You know, he's a southern English person, him. He's like Kent or something. Kent or Bath. He's probably from Bath or something. Obsidian Ant. He's probably my favourite YouTuber for Elite Dangerous, Obsidian Ant. You know, he actually flies around in gold-plated ship armour. What a jammy dodger. Proper jammy dodger.
Mission objective detected.
Mm-hmm. He is, absolutely. He's a proper jammy dodger. Yeah? He's got like a gold-plated ship. Got all the good stuff. Guys got out there and travelled for it. What's a jammy dodger? You don't know what a jammy dodger is? Nice. It's an expression over here. It's also a biscuit as well, and it's delicious. You should Google what is the English expression for a jammy dodger. And it will tell you, Rabbit, it will tell you it's somebody who is lucky. It's lucky. It's like having a luck score of 10 on Fallout New Vegas, or Fallout 4 even. Yeah, he's a jammy dodger. But he calls it elite. He really calls it elite dangerous. See, the thing is, console gamers know that they won't make a game for a console, right? Unless maybe Xbox will assist. That's right, it is the name from the 80s. It was called Elite for the Amiga. Yes. Yeah. Also, you've watched Obsidian Ant. Ah. What did you think of my impression? Not too bad, right? Not too bad. I can do my own narrations, Rabbit, if I wanted to. There's just no point. Because once you start doing those things, you gotta keep doing them. You can't just do 1 or 2 videos like me. You gotta do. It's a commitment. When people get wind of a game you're doing, they're gonna want an episode every week. You know, you gotta come up with new material. It's very difficult. It's alright, Rabbit. I thought you watched him. He's a really good YouTuber. He's really good. He basically covers Elite Dangerous on PC. And he talks about console as well. But he is concerned about it. He has done a lot of videos, but he's like very concerned for Elite. He's like, I'm very concerned for Elite. I'm wondering where the future of the franchise will go, because the CEO stepped down, didn't he? He just had enough. He just didn't want to do it anymore. Like, the pressure was on. They wanted a new game, probably, and he's like, what? What people want a new game? We just gave him the perfect spacing. That game's good for 20 years. Like, that game is good for at least maybe, like, it's like, yeah, but they want to go out of the ship, you know? It's like it's a space sim. You're a pilot. That's what we do. We pilot ships. We don't go out there shooting guns. It's like this is about starship battles and landing your ship and, you know, landing on planets and, you know. But you got to understand, when you make computer games like this, like people are always gonna want like more stuff. You know, people want more detail. You know, but this is what space looks like. You know what I mean? I mean, what do people want? Like fancy lights coming off here, like when we're travelling at speed of light or something. They want fancy lights. It looks like people just want like a whole new, like, get out your ship, walk around, shoot people, and shoot. It's like it's a space exploration pilot simulator. There is no element of first person shooting. If there was any first person stuff that I would like on this, it would be going outside in your on your ship, so you can go outside and repair it, like manually repairing your ship. Like, I would love that. Luna called those space legs, yeah. Getting out, walking around and shooting. Yeah, but I'm not bothered about that. But the only thing that I would really like, if I could, is if I had like some kind of like ability to go out and repair the ship. It's like going out in your astronaut suit and walking on your ship and you know, repairing damage. That'd be cool. Or the subreddits, yeah? Cool. If that's where you get your knowledge from, man, there's nothing wrong with that. That's your thing. If that's your hub of information, then good for you. Rabbit, you keep on going there, man. Learn all the stuff you can. Sounds like a great place to get information. Look at this name there, Commander Luke Skywalker Star. Commander Luke Skywalker Star. Commander Vidarson 7. Commander Roger, basically. Oh, Saracen. Commander Saracen. Commander Gunther. Commander Flavor. Commander Shadows Ada. Commander Layman Ramp. Commander Shark. Commander Akuma from Street Fighter. My bad.
Docking request granted.
Commander more teammates.
Deployed.
Commander Victor. Commander Salah. Commander Idris.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
Commander Guige. Commander Soul. Commander Alex. Or Alexis. Or Alexiser. Commander Karth, or Carthorb. What a name. Commander Carthorb. But it's a number 8 instead of a B. Wow. Commander Pippa. Commander Smoky Swooshu. Commander Bizek. Commander Jagaro. Commander Kratos. Commander Odima. Is that alright? Oh, it's a B, not a D, right? I need my reading glasses on. Commander. Okay. Commander Slippery. Another Alex. Commander Retro Public. Commander Nibber the Hut. Oh my goodness, Nibber the Hut. Isn't that like an Egyptian, like, or is that like Jabba from Star Wars? Why would someone call themselves Nibber or Nibber? Are they trying to be funny or something? Like, wow. Why didn't you just call him Jibber or Jabber? What was already taken? So you have to call himself Nibber. Commander Crix, Commander James, Dance-a-Lot, Commander Dance-a-Lot, Commander Parno. Well, we got another player. Melody Runner, Shadow, PMR. Like, someone actually called themselves that when they made the ship in the beginning. Like, people actually sat down and called themselves that name. They were happy with it. You think these people just like pressed OK and just didn't care? Like, they didn't think about the names. I just don't get it. I don't get what he's calling himself. I don't know whether it's like an old Egyptian, because I know you've got like Tutankhamun, and there are other the Huts as well that have been in real life, haven't there? There have been other people with that title or been called that. So I don't know if this person. I don't know. I just don't get it. I just wanted to know what he was trying to, or she was trying to say. What's it? So someone sat there and called themselves Commander What's it? And Dance-a-Lot today, like someone was really wanted to call themselves Lancelot and didn't get the chance to, so they just called themselves Dance-a-Lot, and that didn't work. And then they've just put a hyphen in there and that didn't work, and they've put the word today in and it worked, and like, oh, that'll do. And people call me Dance-a-Lot. Reaper, Commander Lena, Baltora, and that's it. That's all the people in the entire cosmos. That's every single person in the entire known cosmos. Right now. The most that you'll give, you're about, what is it, imagine, they're evading obscenity. Alright. Or do you think they're trying to refer to a political correctness bridge? Right. Well, I had no idea. See, I'm stupid with things like that. I don't know what the passive aggressive behaviours are online. I've never really experienced those. Trolling. I mean, trolls, I just block them. I've had loads on the channel, I've had loads. A lot of trolls, I've noticed, they try and infiltrate you. They try and provide you like an essence where they try and make out they've got loads of money or they're rich, and they've got this, and they build like that persona, and then what happens is they start like I don't know, like showing a lot more on the stream, normally first all the time, like rapidly first, like shockingly first all the time, and spending a lot of time on the stream. And then gradually what happens is they change their behaviour slowly over like a series of months, and then they'll, 2 or 3 months or something, if that, and then they'll start dropping comments hoping that you'll read out certain words and comments that trigger unusual stuff. Like, you have these trolls that know how the algorithms work, and they use little technicalities that are harmless really on paper but are actually harmful to the streamer. And I've even had them, and I just remove them, and they get real angry, because what I do with trolls is I give them a false sense of hope, because I already know when they're trying to troll. And then what happens is they normally subscribe with you with about like 4 accounts, and then you'll notice like one day they'll unsubscribe with them 4 accounts. So it doesn't matter whether they troll you or whether they get what they want with doing that. At the end of the day, they were always going to remove all them subscriptions. They will always do it, even if they get to do what they want. They do the trolling, and then they do that as well, and they never come back. It's when you stop them from doing what they're doing, that's when they react. They react to the fact that you cottoned on to what they were doing first, and they don't like being outwitted. And they can't be bothered starting over again, you see. Rabbit, they can't be bothered doing it all over again. They've invested all that energy to suddenly having to do it all again. It's exhausting. They'd rather do it on another channel. So what they start to do is they go back to their old habits and go in their rapid trolling. And I can read them a mile away. And I don't tolerate it anymore on my channel. I don't tolerate any of it. And people get shocked sometimes, when I stand up for my channel and my viewers. Like, there was one person who, I think it was like the other day, I had like people in the stream there, like new viewers, and I think he didn't like it. And he started acting really strange on stream there. Like, he must have been watching for months. All of a sudden he just started going, when the channel started doing well, he started getting more and more stranger. I was like, nah, he's trolling. He's basically come across as weird. He likes having these channels to himself, where he's the only one they're talking to. So I was just like, right, that's it. I'm getting rid of this guy. He's making other viewers feel uncomfortable. I'm not exactly enjoying what you're saying. So, goodbye, you're gone. See you later. Gone. And I have no remorse. Not with people like that anyway. Not with people like that. I haven't got the time or the energy anymore to even be bothered. And they come on the channel quite a lot. And trolls don't like it when your channel's doing well. They don't like it. They get all uppity about it, and they want to distract it. So the way they do their trolling is they make other viewers feel uncomfortable, so then you don't get any viewers. They try and make it look like it's a weird place to be. So what I do is I just remove them. But yeah. How is everyone doing though? Nice view though, right? It is a nice view, isn't it? Very energetic, right? Nice sounds as well to keep the brain going. And all the things spinning round on the station. Very cosmopolitan. I bet people are having a blast on that space station. I bet people are getting wired in nightclubs and everything and having a good time. I bet there are proper dodgy places on there as well, like back alleys and like people who are against each other in different turfs. Bet there's like gang wars on there and stuff. Wow, it's like, what time is it now? Wow, like nearly midnight, like, wow, jeez. It's like, I get in from work and then that's why I like doing my earlies, me. You know, I'm home for like 5:15, half 5. I can stream for like 6-7 hours. But when I'm doing a late shift, I get in at like... I'll start streaming at 8 o'clock. Half 8, sometimes 9. But I've been playing for a while though. Like I did all those missions and stuff.
Oh yeah, a new one. I don't think I've ever done anything like that before, me, like made stuff like that. I normally just draw pictures, me, man, and painting. I don't normally do computer stuff like that. Even though I heard it's quite fun. I suppose you got plenty of ideas, though. I don't think it'll show up. I don't think YouTube allows stuff like that. In case it's inappropriate stuff, like. That's why they make the people who make their own. So like I would make them and then use that as one, you know? Does that make sense? If it does make sense. You know how it is. You gotta see it today, Rabbit. I've been given like this chick in work attention, but today I thought I'd give it to another chick, right? And guess what? The other chick didn't like it, Rabbit. She didn't like it. She didn't like it, Rabbit. Not at all. If anyone's watching, she didn't like it. And you know what? Sometimes you gotta know. Sometimes you just gotta know what's really in front, you know what I mean?
But it was like, she didn't like it. Very, very angry about it. Very miffed off about it. All I'm doing is talking to another girl. That's it. Rabbit. That's all I did. I spoke to another girl. That's it. Nothing else. I was just saying, how you doing? You know what Ghost is like, Rabbit. It's like, hey, how you doing? You okay? How's your day been? Are you doing alright? You had a lovely day? Oh yeah, you know. Oh, that sounds lovely. That sounds very nice. There now, I'm gonna think you do an amazing job. What are you talking about? From where I'm standing, I think you're top of the shops. I think you're just beating yourself up a bit too much there, you know? You know, stuff like that, Robert. You know, just basic stuff. Lovely stuff. Encouraging, you know? Like real nice, friendly, harmonious, you know, encouraging conversation that you do with co-workers, right? That's the purpose. That's why we're there, to encourage co-workers, to keep them going, to keep them inspired, you know. And even that, Rabbit, I can't even do that. I'm not even allowed, man, you know. It's just gotta be them, you know, just them. Just them. Like me. Oh, but it's not flirting. Flirting's different. Flirting's different. Physical contact. This is more just speaking. When you say attention, it's like speaking to him, not looking at that other person in the eye. So, like the other person who you've been talking to, like the other chick or whatever, you've been looking into her eyes for like days, if not weeks, talking to her, giving her attention. Then all of a sudden, your eyes are in someone else's girl's vision. That freaks them out. It freaks them out. You don't even have to be doing anything. You could just respond into a question. But the fact that your eyes have met theirs is just so agonising for them. Agonising. But it's alright for them to have their eyes met with some other dude. Like, that's okay. You know, if that happens, like, wow, like, you know, like, because that's like the survival instincts. It's like the wiring, you know. Oh, you got some hints. Well, I'm glad you've got hints for yourself. It's like, the other girl doesn't have to be good looking, Rabbit. Like, she could just be just another girl in general. It doesn't matter if she's good looking or not. The fact is, it's another woman. That's all it takes for the brain to start triggering survival instincts. You know, and all you could be saying is, oh, I noticed you forgot your purse. It's there. Oh, thank you, you're very kind. No, haha, like, thank you, you're so kind. Like, if they can't hear the conversation, like, you could have just done a good deed, and because you spoke to another female, that can, I mean, there are loads of lovely girls out there who are dead easy going, but the majority, like, they do get very jealous over other guys talking to girls, especially the boyfriends as well. Like, I've known chicks to get jealous even if they've got boyfriends and they've not even done anything with you, but yet you're giving other girls attention and they get angry over that. I've seen that happen. I remember saying to a girl, I said, yeah, but you've got a boyfriend. I said, I'm the one that's single. I said, I'm the one that's on the market. Like, this was years ago. I was like, I'm the one that's on the market. I'm the one that's single. She is single. She is on the market. You are not. Why are you angry? You've got a boyfriend at home. You can get any guy you want. Why are you bothered about who I... But it's just the sheer fact that it's just like, you know, they just, you know, like, even if they've got boyfriends, some of them have encountered in life, they're like, no, me, they say, me. I was like, well, you can't just expect me just to hover around until you're ready. Like well, what do you want me to do in the meantime? Just pass up every opportunity over you having a maybe? What, is that how much control you want? It's like, no way. Chicks, if chicks dig you, it's like, you know, they make it obvious. Are you a female, Rabbit? Are you a girl? You and Luna, like... Oh, you're a girl. You and Luna are Elite Dangerous female pilots. Wicked. I wonder my female audience has gone up to like 98%. Every lady I have like gone on dates with there and all that stuff, when they've said that, I take it you're not taken. Are you taken? Only girls ever say that to me, Rabbit. That's a girl phrasing. It's a lovely phrasing to say, are you single? It's a lovely phrasing, I take it you're not taken. That normally the girls say that. Oh yeah, they can always deny the flirt. Yeah. Because it's harmless. It's harmless. But it's forbidden. It's forbidden, especially if one of them with someone, like, apparently there's a code, isn't there? Like, just don't do it. Just don't do it, like. What people do. All the time when they go to the gym and stuff. Oh, someone's come out of a warp. I'm not in a committed full-on marriage or anything like that, Rabbit. No. Too expensive, all that now, Rabbit.
Even if he had 2 jobs and a good wage, still couldn't afford that. I won't be able to afford it afterwards as well. It's too expensive to support a marriage now. It's not that the fact that I don't believe in all that stuff. It's just that it's too expensive to do it. There's no way it can be done. You'd have to be well off with money to pull off that stuff. There's no way I could do that. It's 50 grand for a wedding for what's wanted these days. It's like, nah. I mean, you can probably get like an average wedding for about 20. I'd say between 15 and 18 grand. I mean, that's how much people will pay for that one day. That one day. It's all about commitment, isn't it? And babies, basically, babies, commitment, houses. Well, that's what they do now. But no one wants to get house with each other anymore because people get tired of each other now. Rabbit. It's very difficult to stay in one place with one person. It's very difficult to do, Rabbit. It's not an easy task. Especially when you're living with a person as well and raising a family with them. Like, it's a full-time job with that person. After you've done your full-time job, the only time you're allowed to have some time to yourself is if you're taking the dog for a walk, or for some fluky reason you book a week off on your holidays without telling your family. But you can't do that. If you book a week off, your family needs to know. Your wife needs to know that you're booking a week off. You can't just go around doing stuff on your own. Everything's got to be, every item of money you spend, everything you buy, everything you're shopping, where you got that item from, where have you been today, all that stuff, it's all part of the deal. Oh yeah, they make it smoother. Well, I don't think so. They might do in certain times of the year, and there's like money to be made in the lawsuits. That's just all property, that. And assets. It's all property and assets. Like the children, assets, and health, right? Like, that's it. Like,
it's like, first thing you do is, right, you put both your assets on the line. Right, I think that's the idea. You put both your assets on the line with each other on an equal horizon. You work your socks off for about 2 years each. You both bring in your yearly wage income. And hopefully the two of them are like living with mum and dad and don't have to pay any rent. Like, they don't have to pay any board. They work for a year straight, both of them, as boyfriend and girlfriend. They work for a year. This is what they do, right? They work for a year. They might earn, say, 25 grand each. They must have spent at least 10 of that in the year, just naturally, just surviving and living on the planet, right? 5 to 10 grand, unless the mum and dad have paid for everything, right? And then if they've got 25 grand, and then the boyfriend's got, say, 25 grand as well, that's 50 grand, right? So they both put 2 for a deposit, which is like 15 grand, maybe 18 grand, right? So they both put like 9 grand out of that money each, pay a deposit, right? Make sure that they got good job positions, right? And then what happens is that they still get help from mum and like the parents and the family and that for the next year when they bought their house. Then they do another year, pay off like half of it, right, in like such a short amount of time, and then they get engaged, right? Then when they've got engaged, right, they get engaged for a year, maybe 2, and then in that time they'll make a baby, or at least they're trying, and then normally they'll either trying for a child and then they'll get married, or they'll get married and then have a child. It just depends on the circumstances and what's going on. And then all of a sudden, within 3 years or 4 years, there's been a housing property, assets being made, and health being implemented. So then families next, so because both children who lived with mum and dad while they were saving got rent free for like a year or 2, they'll get grandchildren as a reward, like, or as like they'll get grandchildren as a way of saying like thanks, right? And they'll get full access, you know, weekends, weekdays, baby walks, showers, you know, all that stuff. And then everything then from there is just like happy times, right? And then what happens is, if they have 2 children, which they normally do on average, yeah, about 2 children per average household, 2 parents, what happens is they get to like the late 30s, so what's like mid-late 30s, right? So by then, if they've had children when they're in when they were 20, so normally about 23 now, 24 on average. So that means by the time they're about 35, the children are like 10, but the oldest is about 10, 11. The younger one's about 8 or 9, right? And then what happens is things start to change because the children are becoming older, and so are the parents, and at that moment then, that's when things change.
Hey, man. Good evening, Commander Ghost. 9:22 in Japan. What time is it in your country? It is 25 past 12. Elite Dangerous time. Thanks, Rabbit. But you know where I'm coming from, Rabbit. That's normally the drill. And then what happens is the kids get to about 15, 16, and then they want like loads of stuff. Like they just want loads of stuff. They just want loads of stuff. They want loads of money. They want loads of money and loads of stuff. And they want all your time. So yeah, it's pretty funny. And that's the story, really. It goes on for about nearly 20 years on average. And then the children move out, get their own places, and then mum and dad kind of like just chill then. They either chill with each other and relax forever after, or they don't. You know what I mean? That's normally how it goes. They either do, they love it, and it's great, get a new kitchen, turn the bedrooms into like game rooms, you know, like turn them into an office or something. Oh yeah, that's the study, that's the study. The study, what are you going to do in the study? What studying are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, what you used to turn my bedroom into a study. What are you going to be doing in there? Turn my sanctuary into a study. Wow. Great. Funny as, you know. But yeah, that's kind of. You know, mum and dad get a greenhouse. You know, it's like, hey, we got a greenhouse. Hey, yeah, we turned your playground job when you were kids. Yeah, we got rid of that. We got rid of that, right? Did you? You got rid of that? Yes, and we turned it into a greenhouse. So we're growing tomatoes now. So hang on a minute, you turned my bedroom into a study. And you turned the playpen that we had all our childhood memories from, and you turned it into a greenhouse. It's like, yeah. And that's kind of what it is. So, you know, it's all about change, you know. And either move with that change, or we don't. You know, let's see, there's no middle ground. You know, guys, and you just gotta do it, you know, you just gotta be like, yeah, gotta do it. Hang on a minute, have we got any jobs here? Oh man, look at all these jobs. Right.
do it. I mean, you know, all we got is time, right? You know, I wanted to see if they were going to sell anything. Like, I wanted to see if they had anything decent. I mean, we could check out the outfitting. These are all low grade warps. I think I've maxed out my ship now. I think this is maxed. Yeah, it is. I think. Not really. I could get a better distributor. Thrusters. Yeah, we can get better thrusters. Look at that, 500,000 credits for thrusters. I mean, it's definitely worth it though, right? I mean, how much have I got? 566. What do you think? Should I buy some thrusters? Look at the insurance cost. In fact, I can't. The insurance on this ship is £127,000. That's ridiculous. That's daylight robbery. Alright. That was a nice place, that, actually. It's a nice place, that. I think cargo bins as a courier is a good investment. Yeah, maybe Rabbit, I think so too.
Ship released. Engines engaged.
I think I'm in the Cobra at the minute. Yeah, it's the Cobra there. Looks similar to a Sidewinder though. I'll do this one job and that's it. Go to sleep. 12:30. I don't want to leave it too late. I don't want to stay out too late. I did really want to stay with the Federation until the end, but I wouldn't have got anything for it. You don't get anything for it. It is a good time. Go to bed. Rabbit, it is. Ghost is tired as well, Rabbit. Get tired these days. In winter. Looking forward to summer. Be able to stay up late. It is. It's a good stopping point. Alright, we're coming to the exit portal here.
Frameshift drive charging. Frameshift drive charging.
Oh, it glitched. Oh, it glitched. See what happens here.
Warning. Temperature critical. Incoming mission critical message.
Commander, we require the data sooner than expected. If you can get here within the new time frame, there is a bonus in it for you. "21 hours. Oh my.
Hull integrity compromised.
Wow.
Taking damage. Shields offline. Warning. Corrosion. Damage
Wow.
resistance weakened.
Is that another player?
Under attack.
I think it's I don't think I can actually go to,
Warning, outreach attack.
wow, wicked! That must have been like AI. That was wicked, that, guys. I thought that was epic there. That was a stream, probably a stream pilot. I thought that was epic. That was really good, actually. Wicked. Your starship purchase 119 side Cobra. Current choice Cobra confirm. Oh, that's wicked. That means I can go to bed. No, I thought that was wicked, me. I thought that was really good. No, I really enjoyed that. Oh, they didn't get any of the stuff. Still do them. Oh yeah, we get the money back anyway after them tomorrow. So I probably won't play this tomorrow though. I'll probably play this on, I don't know if I'll play it Saturday or I might play it on Monday. But I'll probably play Red Dead tomorrow. Or I don't know. But I don't think it mattered how well we got out of that vector. I think the technology was so advanced on the other ship. You needed something of the same kind of firmware. So normally, like when you've got like a basic ship like mine, it can't really outmaneuver gunner ships. You can't. It's not built for it. It's not built to actually outrun it. My ship is built for just a courier base. It's not built for combat. It's not built for defense. Even if it had the best cannons and the best weapons there, with that ship, it still wouldn't have been able to do it, because the ship wasn't been able to loop around the player. It couldn't have been done, because the ship isn't built for combat, it's built for exploration and courier. It could probably outmaneuver an AI at the same level, but if some players have got like much more better weaponry and technology, there's no way you can outmaneuver them. That's why you should never feel that just because someone invades, your trail or takes you out with lasers, that doesn't mean that there's a disadvantage. That's just coincidence and cause and effect. That's just a natural gravity to the game. That there's nothing anyone could ever do to change that. And moments like that in games, when it doesn't matter what you can do, there are just some moments when you don't have the ability, the equipment, the technology to outmaneuver it, because my power plant and my radiator weren't advanced enough to cool down quick enough to go back into warp. It was too hot. There was no way. It takes about, what was it 6 minutes or something on the timer before, so, and there was no power plants that could cool it down any quicker unless I get much higher class, which isn't available yet. So there's nothing you can do, guys. That's why you should never get upset over games. Yeah, we'll pay the fine as well. For losing the cargo. And that's what I mean, like certain things you cannot. It's all part of the gravity of the game. And the only reason like this game is played on the channel is for entertainment purposes and courier base and prosperity. It's, when I play this game, it's not meant for get the guns out and shooting. It's all about evasion. That's what Metal Gear Solid was about. Solid Snake was all about evasion. And that is a learning curve, especially with ships. When you're trying to outmaneuver ships that are about 7 to 8 times more versatile, you're not really gonna be able to outmaneuver them. You can only hope that maybe they're just a terrible shot. Does that say a security warning there? We'll spawn out then. If you're getting security warnings, may as well spawn out. Oh, but I really enjoyed that tonight though. I know, went around the cosmos, learned how to use the telescope. Upgraded the ship, went round orbit round that water world planet, Yeah, no, we did quite a lot this evening. It was quite fun. I enjoyed it. And then we had a nice little evasion. Or is it invasion, evasion? At the end, which was cool. I thought that was loads of fun. I enjoy playing it anyway. I mean, I outmaneuvered his blasts a lot. Or her blasts. Or their blasts. Or whoever. And I needed another 20 seconds, but shields weren't powerful enough. Ripped through my shields within 2 or 3 shots. Every other shot then was just ripping through the hull, and the hull was only level 1. Maybe if he had like a more upgraded hull, more upgraded shields, which haven't been available, we may have lasted another few seconds, which may have been enough time. But it's what it is. Good night and God bless.